Good, what is it, afternoon now? It's afternoon, it's 2 o'clock. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the epic build stream where I am going to be building until I drop. So it's the Tuesday build show. We did not build yesterday. We had quite a few PCs that I had to wrap up and get packaged up to go out, which ended up taking majority of the time. By the time I was ready for a build stream, it was almost 10 o'clock in the evening, and I just didn't want to send out notifications that late to everybody. So here we are today, making up for that, and we're going to be basically building until I can't build anymore. Let's see how many PCs I can actually build, because we have about 22 to build. Hey, what's up? Thanks for the sub over there on Twitch. Kyril 1, thank you for that sub, sir, over on the Twitch. And welcome to the build show. So today we're going to be starting off with a couple of pretty awesome big builds. We've got a build for Anthony that we're going to be starting off with. I don't know his son's name, but I'm pretty sure this is for his son that we're going to be building for. I can't remember the name. I'd have to pull up the chat and go through the chat history. So if you're in here, please send me his name. Anthony, if you're watching. But we're going to go ahead and get started because this is a build stream. We may as well be building during the build stream instead of chatting. No problem. Here we are. Yeah, thank you for that sub, sir. It all goes towards the $1 PC giveaway, by the way. Any of the subs or any donations to the stream or any revenue that comes out of the stream goes to the $1 PC giveaway, which is up here at the top of the screen. Once we fill that bar, then we build a PC and we give it away for $1. It's basically giving it away. I just mark it down that you gave me cash, but don't tell the government that, because then they'll say it's a gambling thing, and it's not. I'm selling it for $1, just choosing who gets to purchase it for $1. I got tired of all these ads when watching the builds. Oh, I'm sorry, man. I think there's a way I could probably control those. I just have so much going on, I haven't looked into it further. I'm sorry. If it's too much, let me know. Give me some feedback on that. I don't make a ton of money on them. I really don't care about the ads, honestly. They're just... one day I got an email saying you have ads now, and I'm like, okay. And I haven't really looked further into it, so... Anyway, here we go. We've got today for Anthony's build. He actually went out and purchased his parts for his son by himself over at Micro Center with our recommendations. So he actually drove to Micro Center, picked up the parts, and brought the parts to us, which is something you can do if you want us just to build it and you want to purchase your parts and bring them here and have us build it. We could do that. So that is a pretty cool feature that we offer or service, so you don't have to build it, but get the excitement of picking out all your parts, and you can work with us one-on-one to decide what parts are the best to get the most out of your most bang for your buck. So we do offer that, and we do that all the time. So this here, we have a Intel i9. I recommended the Micro Center i9 motherboard CPU RAM bundle. It's just very difficult for me to get these bundles now because Micro Center only allows me to purchase so many, and once I hit my threshold or my limit, then I'm not allowed to purchase any more. So I can't purchase them all the time, which is one of the reasons why it triggered Anthony to go get the parts, because this is such a good deal. Or I would have just got all the parts for him. I just couldn't get this deal on the CPU motherboard RAM from Micro Center at the time that we were trying to put this build together. I wish I had a Micro Center up here. I always wanted to go to one. Well, there's one down here. I know you guys are further north in Michigan, but it was probably, what, 5 or 6 hours for you guys? It being, what, by Sault Ste. Marie, I think? So yeah, it's probably a good 7-hour drive, actually. Never mind. Um, 6 or 7 hours, I would assume. But there is one down here. And if you needed me to pick something up from Micro Center, I do make a trip every year, at least to the tip of Michigan Peninsula, which is Burt Lake or Indian River area. So I go there every year for our vacation. So if you wanted to cut the trip in half and order something from Micro Center and have me pick it up and bring it with me, I could do that. But that's not until August when we go up there. So just for awareness, if you ever needed that. Anyway, we've got a Z590 with the Intel i9 12900K along with 32 gigs of DDR5, and we of course have the Thermalright contact frame for LGA 1700, as well as I believe this is 2 terabyte, yes, 2 terabyte 980 Pro, which is a Gen 4 SSD, which is a great SSD. And he also originally started out with a RX 6600, but then he went back to Micro Center because it's addictive, and he's already addicted now, and found that there was an open box 7600, RX 7600. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I can do that for you, man. Appreciate it. No problem. But this is an RX 7600, and he got it open box for a really good deal, and then he returned the 6600. So instead of the RX 6600, we are building with a 7600, which is an open box from Micro Center. So we don't know if this is, fully functional, but we'll test the crap out of it and make sure it's good to go for him, so that if there is a problem, we can get that straightened out here before Christmas. And then we're going to be cooling the CPU with a Lian Li Galahad AIO, 360 millimeter AIO, and we have power. The power supply is going to be 750 watt, 80 plus gold. This is a Power Spec power supply, which is, if you're not familiar with it, Power Spec is Micro Center's brand. So it's a Micro Center, Power Spec, and Inland is both Micro Center brand. So it's Micro Center brand, blah, 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 blah. Sorry. But this was a really good deal on this power supply. They had a really good sale on it when he was out purchasing the parts. So I had recommended to grab this power supply. I think it was like $69 at the time. And normally 750 watt golds are closer to like 100. So this was a really good deal on the power supply. Really, everything he has here was a good deal. The case, we're going to be building in the Sky 2, which is the Montech Sky 2 case. It features 2 tempered glass side panels, the front glass panel and the glass side panel, tempered glass side panel. Did I say that right? I don't even know. Okay. Anyway, lots of glass. You can view everything. It includes a couple of fans, and really cool. They include the reversed fans for the side-mounted fans and also the bottom fan, so that the blades are reversed and it kind of matches everything. It looks really nice. It's a really nice build. I really like this build, or this case, and we actually feature this build on our website. It's the Phantom Storm. So if you did want a PC with this build, you can go on our website and check out the Phantom Storm, which actually features the Intel i9 with this motherboard and this RAM, as well as this case. We have options in blue, white, or black. Cool. Moving on, let's go ahead and start the build. I'm gonna throw some of this to the side because we don't necessarily need all of this in front of us immediately. And we'll get started. Turn on all the lights too, because lighting is important. But we're going to start with the SSD, the RAM, and the CPU with the motherboard. Get all those started. There's actually one very important thing that I forgot to set up before the stream, and that is a drink. You get thirsty, stream. All right, I got my drink. We are going to be hydrated. And there's our beautiful Z790. Asus, it's the Z790V as in Victor Wi-Fi. Why is that so twisted? I don't know why that's so twisted like that. There we go. I had bumped my camera a couple days ago really bad. Like it was a bad bump. And it's not been square since. But this is our Z790 Prime by Asus. It's got lots of M.2 slots for SSDs, so you can add plenty of storage here if you want to add more. With DDR5, you're really only going to use the 2 gray slots here. DDR5 is still not really mature, so adding a total of 4 sticks is not a good idea. Hey, Michael Stevens, thanks for the share over on Facebook and the like. Adam Dennis over on Facebook, thank you also for the like. I appreciate that. And it is during business hours, so I'm getting phone calls as well. Please hold. It's a very common question we actually get, especially around this time of the year. People are trying to sell their PCs, so we get a lot of questions of, hey, do you guys buy PCs? And the answer is no, we build them here. Maybe in the future we'll start doing a trade-in program where you could trade in your old PC and then we clean it up and resell it, or upgrade it and resell it, etc. And then put whatever you're making towards your new PC. But currently we don't have that type of program in place, and I'd have to do a lot of thought around that to make that work. All right, so we've got our Z590, as we were saying. We've got lots of storage options. DDR5 does not like to run 4 sticks, so you will pretty much for the life of this PC, at least on this platform, we're going to be running 2 sticks only. And then we've got our CPU. There's tons of options here on the back as well. Features lots of USB ports. It's got the Wi-Fi and Bluetooth antennas as well, and includes I thought USB-C, yes, USB-C on the back as well. So this board pretty much has every feature you'll need for a really nice gaming PC. This is going to be a great PC to start out with and expand on as well. So let's go ahead and get started with the CPU. We'll get started with the CPU and the contact frame. I think Anthony said that he wanted to save the boxes, so I'm going to try to save them. Alright, so there we've got our CPU installed into the socket. Now we're just going to pull the brackets off the socket here. We use the Thermalright contact frame. So we bag up all the old bracket and the driver that we just used to take and do that work. And that gets sent with the PC, so you have that in case you ever have to get into that socket again. You have the tool, and if you ever have to send the motherboard back, you have the brackets. And there we have it. Our SSD and our RAM and CPU with our contact frame is all in place. Now what we'll want to do is get our hardware out for our cooler and get that mounted here before we put it in the case. I like to try to get as much as I can done on the board before we put it in the case. We just need to get our cooler out and get the hardware out of the packaging. This is a AMD bracket that we're going to be putting back into the bag because we're not going to be using that. We will be using that, except for these. We won't use those. Not likely going to use that. That's for driving the pump. We're going to be plugging the pump directly into the motherboard. And we have an LGA 1700 backplate. We need that. And I believe it's the dark threads, these ones, that we're going to be using. Won't be using this hub. So we're going to be plugging everything into the motherboard directly. We don't need that hub. So we've just sorted through all the hardware. This is all the hardware we won't use. These are for different sockets and different use cases. And there we go. We have all our mounting hardware on the motherboard or the CPU cooler. So now we're ready to get the case out and then slap this motherboard in the case. Whoa. Good afternoon, Army Vet. How's it going, sir? we're just over here building and building. That's going to be our GPU fan. It's going to be intake on the bottom that points right at the GPU. Hey, Vincent! Hey, Vincent. Design. Hey, Ben. Gonna see how long I can stay. Joined before I have to be on camera. LOL. No worries, man. No worries. I hope you're enjoying it at least for the time that you have. But we're already into putting the motherboard into the case here. You can always go back and catch it later. I just don't have a choice. I just have to get these builds done at this point. All of my shipped orders are shipped, and now I'm working on 100% purely focused on local orders. So I've got like I think it's 22 total that I've got to build. When I say build until I drop, there's a lot of truth to that. We've just added the screws, and that's what secures the motherboard to the case. So that's ready to go. I'm going to stand this case up actually, and I'm going to install the bottom fan here for the GPU. This is a reversed blade, so it's really cool. So rather than traditionally you'd have the fan flipped over like this, like so, we could install it like this because these blades are reversed. So that's the difference between a reversed fan. The airflow is going to be this way rather than traditionally that way, and it's because these blades are reversed. It just gives it a consistent look with all the fans inside the system, all facing the same way. So it's purely aesthetics. That's the only reason why you have reversed fans like that. Aesthetics. There we go. So now we've got that fan installed. Now let's deal with the front panel cables for the case. Get those all plugged in. I believe USB 3 is there. And then we have RGB over there, as well as up there. So we've got all these cables down here that we have to get plugged in, right? Not only that, but we also have the two cables that we just added to run back up here, which I'll just get this plugged in now, and then we'll re-velcro them later. Oh, sneak it in like this. This is just a controller or a hub that has RGB and fan, PWM. We're only going to use this for the case fans. Everything else is going to be done. Oh, the RGB might be running all of it, run through this, but outside of that. Oh, they ran everything down here for me. Very nice of Montech. Nice. Hey, J Manny, what's up? How's it going, man? I'm doing good. How about you, man? This is sick, and you are a machine. No worries. So what do you think of this build? Oh, I think the build's going to be great, man. It's going to be absolutely awesome. Nice. My son is very excited to watch this after Christmas. Oh, does he know it's coming? J Manny over on Twitch. Doing good. Awesome. Awesome. It's good to hear, man. Haven't seen you in a while. You been busy? How's work and everything? I'm sure that's probably keeping you busy. PWM connection is right there. This will go kind of right here. I know, man. Yeah, I've been so busy on break now. Oh, well, that's good, man. I'm glad you're getting a break. My break probably won't start until after the holidays, and even then, I already have orders getting lined up for after the holidays. So I don't know how much of a break I'll have. I mean, I won't have, like, the insanity that I have right now, but it'll be a nice kind of let the foot off the gas pedal for a break kind of the thought. Although I hate saying that, especially in any type of sales-driven business. You never want to take your foot off the gas pedal. He knows he didn't want to see it or the components. Oh, okay. So we're going to keep that at least a surprise. Nice. Well, I do expect to see a reaction video or a reaction photo at least. Those are what make my Christmas when I see everybody opening their PCs that I built. And good gosh, I have so many this year. But it makes it special for me. I like seeing their faces. The excitement of, oh my gosh, this thing's amazing. Maybe it does go that way. That should be a vine. PC builders right there. USB-C that tricks you. So I just plugged in the USB 3, the USB-C, the fan, actually the fan hub, which is going to control all the fans that are in here except for the cooler for the CPU, the HD audio, and then this is the addressable RGB hub, which is going to sync the RGB lights in that hub back to the motherboard. It'll be synced by the motherboard software. Actually, let's plug it into this bottom one. I think that's a better place to put it. The bottom RGB port. More difficult to get to, but makes more logical sense to put it there. Alright, and then on this last one that I'm doing is a front panel. That's going to be for your power button, hard drive LED activity lights, etc. All that. Basically everything up there that's a button and a light. I got plugged into the board there down at the bottom on JFP1. There we go, we got all our cables plugged in from the case. It's all plugged into the motherboard now. I'm glad we found you. What a cool business model. Thank you. For sure. I will have two that will need some cleaning after break. No worries. Bring them over, man. I'll always try to make time for you. So no worries. Steve will be doing your PC next after Anthony's build here. So we'll be doing your dad's build after this one, Steve. J Manny, the only good thing I like working in the automotive industry is that it shuts down during the holidays. Yeah, that's definitely a bonus. It's quite the opposite over here. It gets busier as we get closer to the holiday. Sounds good. Awesome. Yeah, I'll try to shoot you a message once we're ready to go, Steve, before we start it. All right, so here we go. We've got all the cables plugged in, so we can move on to getting the cooler installed. And in order to do that, we're going to take the top panel off the case. Maybe. There we go. Remove that. Set that aside here so it could booby trap me later. And then we're going to set that kind of over here. We're going to give it a little bit of a zoom out and reposition the camera so we can see what's going on a little bit, right? And then we're going to get the radiator, which is going to be mounted like so inside the case, just so we know which direction to put the fans. Like a mental note. It's going to go in like this, so we want all the cables on this side of the radiator, which is going to rotate, so it's going to be facing me. We're going to have the hoses towards the front of the PC. Vincent, I'm bringing mine for a case swap sometime next year. Awesome. Yeah, I mean, Montech actually has a couple of really cool cases that just came out too, outside of the Sky 2, as well as the super rare, hard to get HY70 and HY60 cases. Those are awesome looking. There's some really cool cases out there that we can take a look at. We can talk you into. Including one with a touchscreen on the case. It's super expensive. It makes no practical reason to own it other than it's awesome. But that one is actually the rare one that's really hard to get right now. It's on back order currently until I think end of January, which sucks for anybody that I've had a couple of build requests with that case, and I've had to break the news of, well, if we put the order in now, we won't have it ready until after January because of the fact that we'll be waiting for the case. Just can't get them. They're back ordered. And that happens every time Height releases a new awesome case. Company name is Height. It's actually a sister or daughter company of iBuyPower. Which is quite interesting because their case brand is actually, Height is really good, but the cases they use with their pre-builds suck. Most of their cases suck. So, I don't understand. They've just now recently started using their Height cases in their build-up, or their pre-build lineup, which I think is going to take their brand to another level. Because that's been probably my biggest complaint outside of the power supply, cutting the corners on the power supply and the motherboard. Probably my second biggest complaint for their builds. I get a lot of their builds that come back to me from local customers that have them for over a year, and the number one problem is overheating. And it's because the airflow in the case sucks, and that was the life of the PC for a year, and now the thermal paste is dried up on the graphics card and the CPU, and now you have overheating and thermal throttling issues because it was in an oven for a year, basically baking. So, I think airflow is very important for your gaming PC. Helps the life of it. And that's just proof in the pudding. But I get those iBuyPowers and CyberPower PCs that come back to me a lot for case swaps and cooler upgrades and fan upgrades. Those happen a lot with repastes. I do those probably on a weekly basis. Sweet, yeah, touchscreen case keeps popping up in my YouTube feed. Yeah, that's because you went to Micro Center. You went to Micro Center, and Google knows that you went to Micro Center, and so now it's dumping all these ads in your feed. Like, oh, we know what your interest is currently, so we're gonna target you. The power of AI marketing at its best. But yeah, it's the Height Y70 that I was talking about that's currently out of stock. So we could order that. It's on back order right now and get it in by like end of January, probably beginning of February. That would be kind of like our time frame if you ordered it now. But that case is like the must-have case right now of 2023 currently. That's the case everybody talks about. And it's a badass case, I'm not gonna lie. Super fancy. I'm just trying to get all these. Come on now. Get in there. There we go. Trying to get these cables pulled through. There we go. Now we can start actually securing the radiator to the case using the radiator screws. Whew. Start with this corner. We'll try to center this up the best we can. Not the right screw. Crap. Crap. You don't think I'm you don't think you're baller enough? We're all baller at heart. We're just baller in our own way. Sometimes I have to go to my daughter, who's 11, and ask her what these terms mean. I know what baller means, but I feel like such a boomer now. Like, before I was like, oh, mom and dad, you're crazy. You don't know what that means? Now I find myself actually having to look up what terms mean today. Not sure if they just offended me or complimented me. Maybe it's just because I don't socialize enough. But well, we'll find a sweet one. Yeah, we'll find an awesome case that fits the budget and the build and that you like. There's so many out there. There are just a crazy ton of cases out there. All right. So we've got our radiator installed. Oh, I could put this top panel back on. All right, good. This is just a mesh cover for the radiator. It's not very restrictive, so it's not going to restrict any of the airflow coming out of the AIO. There we go. We've got our radiator installed here at the top, which is going to be set for exhaust. Now we just need to get the block, this big boy, mounted to the CPU. And that's the copper block. This is what transfers the heat off the CPU, and then the liquid passes over the other side of the copper block and then through the radiator to cool. And the fans push the air through just like a car would to cool the liquid. And the pump is inside the block here. So we've got two cables, an RGB cable for the block RGB, and then the pump cable, which controls the pump speed. I'm just going to peel this plastic, which I've had people forget to peel these when they build their own, and bring it to me to troubleshoot. And I take this off and find out that this plastic's still on there. And that's a big no-no. Don't ever forget that if you're building your own, because you're going to find out that you're going to be overheating. So let's paste it up and put this block on. So another cool thing about this contact frame is that it's going to keep the CPU nice and clean, meaning the thermal paste does not have an opportunity to seep down into the socket or on the side of the CPU. The contact frame protects that, and it's easy to wipe clean. Super cool. I love it. That's why I use them generally for both AMD and Intel. But AMD is not a requirement. But I would say today, Intel is pretty much a requirement to use those now, for the benefit of $8 that you gain out of it. We'll put this down. Then I'll get one thumb nut, which is spring-loaded, on it to hold it down, and get the one in the corner started. This is called blocking your CPU, because it's a big copper block. I think that's where the term came from. But with an AIO, you're technically not blocking, you're just putting I guess the block of the AIO on there. Blocking comes from a term for open loop cooling, where you put the big block on your CPU before you connect all the hoses and everything. And we'll go through and go around and tighten these down all the way. We should be good to go. So now we just got to get these cables routed to the back of the PC, and then we got to get the fans connected, which that's where all of this come in. I feel ya, no cap. I'm assuming that was regarding the boomer feeling. Where's our pump? Oh yeah, that's right. This board has it in a weird spot up here behind this big metal heatsink. I'm gonna start with this one. Get that in. Thankfully these cables are pretty firm, but I can use that to my advantage, getting them plugged in. Well, if you have kids, you kind of, keep up with the lingo, so to speak. But I'd say you're doing a good job keeping up on the lingo. Probably better than me. Feed these cables through to the back. We need these all to the back of the PC. That way we don't have a mess of wires on the front. When I get all these cables, everything we can to the back, makes it look nice and clean. That's what we do here. We do clean builds. Damn it. Feed this sucker. There we go. We gotta rotate that or something. I don't like that. There we go. Nice and clean. You can see, I'll zoom in for you. So we ran all of these wires up here to the back of the case, and then we have the pump and the CPU fans. Fans are going to control the fans on the radiator. The pump's going to control the flow of the liquid, which is going to be controlled by the motherboard. Hey Paul, thanks for the like over there on Facebook, sir. And then we have the cables nice and neatly routed to the back of the PC where you can barely even see them. But we've got our AIO installed, so that's what's going to be cooling the CPU. All of that just to cool a CPU. But I mean a badass CPU, right? Well, I'd say it's definitely starting to look like a gaming PC. It's coming together very nicely. Luckily, mine are homeschooled. Hey, So are mine. And actually, I was homeschooled as well, if nobody knew that. I know there's a few select people watching that do know that. They don't get exposed to all that. Yeah, I know. My daughter gets exposed because she has friends, and that's where the exposure comes through. And she also is in gymnastics class. But right now, my daughter is enrolled in My Lady of Victory, I think. I think that's the class, or the school that we're enrolled right now. We were in the Oxford Virtual Academy, but we ended up pulling out of that because we had a lot of iffy things that we didn't like. So we pulled out of that and moved on to Our Lady of Victory, which I thought was a little bit more, it's a little more old school. And the reason why I like the old school is because even though, yes, the majority of our technology makes it so that we don't have to write anything, I think a good handwriting is good for character. It's a good quality to have even today, because you're still going to eventually write something on paper. It's not going to be completely dead. Or your signature, that makes a big difference. Somebody looks at your signature. I think it's nice to have a good hand to write with, as well as type. And she could type. For 11 years old, she types probably faster than me now. I don't even know what my speed is right now. All right, so my words per minute, or letters per minute, or whatever it is, calculated or judged by now. All right, so on the back side, we are ready to just get the power supply in here, and then we'll get to the graphics card. We've got our 750 watt, 80 plus gold, semi-modular, and it's PCIe 5 compatible already, which this is a power supply that I highly recommend, especially when it was on sale when you got it, because I think you got it for like 79 bucks. This is like $129 or $120 power supply normally. It's above 100, I know that for sure. And well, the price says 139, but I don't think that's actually the price. But this sets you up for future upgrades if you need it, with the PCIe 5 adapter. So once you get into like an RTX 4070 Ti or higher, you're going to want that connection. So this sets it up for a better upgrade path in the future. Even though it's just an adapter, but it's better than that ugly piece of crap that comes with the card. There are screws. Here's all our cables. I am going to plug all the modular cables in, even though this is a modular power supply, simply because I don't want the cables to get lost. They'll always be in the system. Hey Trey, what's up? What's up? How's it going, man? Over on the Twitch. Awesome, Ben. I definitely going to pick your brain on that homeschooling stuff at some point. Feel free. I was homeschooled my entire life. Actually, well, I was actually in a private school until 3rd grade, and that's when I was homeschooled after, because it just got too expensive for my parents. And I'm second oldest of 9. I come from a very large family. So, lots of siblings, and I kind of paved the way for the homeschooling with my older sister. But we proved it worked. I graduated. I have a diploma, just like anybody else would. But I also had a lot of flexibility, which was nice. So during that flexibility, I actually took OTEC classes, which is part of the Oakland schools, public school system, where I got certified in A+, which is a certificate by CompTIA for computer repair. It's an entry-level certificate. So by the time I was graduated high school, I was already certified to work on computers. So I started a job in an entry-level repair position at a local shop, and that's where I started my career. And that was actually right after I graduated. And that's how I developed my career. So it was because of the homeschooling that allowed me to do that. in my opinion. The other cool thing about the OTEC is that your credits that you earn at OTEC, they could be either put towards your college degree, or you can use them as high school credits to graduate as well. So the time that you're spending there could be used as credits to graduate. The problem is when you're doing different programs, it's hard to say, hey, this is a credit, and then another school may not look at that as a credit. But in the public school system, they would view that as a credit hour while you're there. And I actually know the teacher over at OTEC, the technical campus over here in Pontiac. He's a really awesome dude, and I'm very good friends with him to this day. He was a big influencer on my life. A lot of good people there. And that's all paid for through your taxes as well, as long as you're in Oakland County. I don't know if Macomb or other counties around have the same programs. I'm sure they have something similar, but that is a very popular program that allows you to get certified in many different things, not just technical things. They have cosmetology, what else is there? Mechanics, robotics. They have even, I think they have a kitchen there for whatchamacallit, drawing a blank on the actual term for cooking, the art. I don't know why I'm drawing a blank on it. This is what happens when you get old. You just forget random things like that that are, you'd think would not be something you forget. Help me out. What's the cooking thing? Not... We're going to slide the power supply in through the side, and then there's 4 screws to mount this. Culinary. It's culinary. Jeez. So culinary arts. You learn that. Get certified. All sorts of different cool things you can go there and just get. And they also offer it to post-secondary students too. All right. Weird that it has a little yellow. No, I think that was just from the factory. That's our 24-pin motherboard power. This is our 8-pin PCI or CPU power. Sneak through here. Forgot how difficult this is going to be now that we've got the radiator installed. What is a 7600? So we just need one PCIe 8-pin. Oh. Going into the meeting, we'll be watching in the foreground. LOL, but won't be able to comment for the next hour. No worries, man. It'll be ready. It'll be done here in probably in the next 20-ish or so minutes. Alright, so we've got that all routed. We just need to plug them in. So this is our 24-pin power. This is what powers the motherboard. Try to get these all somewhat looking the same shape. And then this big pain in the butt. This is what powers the CPU. 8 pins total here. We're gonna run, plug in. Then I'm gonna struggle with because of this big block of aluminum here. That's for passively cooling the VRM. Oh, gosh. This is something I normally like to do before I put the cooler in, but I forgot to. Come on. There we go. All that's done. Now let's get the GPU out. Then we can get that installed. We have an ASRock Challenger AMD RX 7600 for this build. Got a total of 8 gigabytes GDDR6, 128-bit. Beautiful GPU, especially for 1080p. And some 1440p gaming as well. This is that open box. Got a really good deal on it, so I'm hoping everything works great. Trying to save all the boxes for you. Almost looks brand new. Come on, you. Get a zip tie there to maintain its dignity so it doesn't try to drop down into that fan. Right. Now it's really starting to look like a gaming PC. Alright, let's flip it over and do some cable management. Oh my gosh, look at all this. Have no fear, Ben is here. Just need to get all our PWM connections off of our radiator. Sort through the RGB connections. That's our PWM daisy chain. That's going back to the CPU header, which is controlling the fan speed of the fans. This is angled here. Don't want it like that. Go. And then these have to go back to this cable, or a mixture of. Where'd that 3-1 go? This is just RGB now for the CPU fans and the AIO. Next to this very special Lian Li cable type connection. Very unique, it's only on Lian Li. I think Deepcool tried to do something like this and then got sick of it and moved on from their own special connection style. There's a lot of companies that still do that type of style though. We're going to put this in the hub that's externally powered. Save the power ports on the motherboard itself. And we'll just have to place these cables in such a way that they're clean but out of the way. I think that's going to be the direction that we go here. Because there's not really many places to put this cable. Just kind of stuff it in there, out of the way. Right. Good. And then the rest of this will just kind of run with the main cable harness here, which we have to take apart anyway to get the rest of these cables behind the Velcro. Such as these. This will just run nice and neatly without bending that. Like so. Right, nice and clean. Take these and continue them on down the Velcro trail here of the main harness. And the third one down here. That's about as clean as you're gonna get that bulge of wire here. without losing your mind. It is. I'll just slide one more zip tie here. Keep things in order. Right? And then all we have left to do is manage this one, which is going to cover that zip tie or that SSD, but that's unfortunately because of the cable length provided by the PowerSpec brand. Not a whole lot we could do there. Usually there's enough cable to go and complete the L. But it ain't happening with this one. Will not happen. All right, and then the rest of these cables, we're just gonna bundle them up. Will it close? Yes, it'll close. Welcome back to the stream, Steve. Steven? I don't know if you go by Steven or Steve. All right, so now that we've got that nice and neat, just move this one cable out of the way so it doesn't get snagged when I shove this in here. No snagging allowed. Not on my watch. So we gotta get that in there, tight fit, so we get it in. And then we do have one SATA connector for the hub up there at the top. One power connection, which is powering this hub way up here. Sure, all these connections stayed plugged in. They did. And then we can snip this. And there we have it. Some clean cable management. Just this cable length drives me nuts. Nothing I could do about that. Hey, what's up? What's up, Grizz? Over on Twitch, or actually over on Twitter. Either is okay, thank you. Yeah, no problem. Always need to check. Link for Hunter, need more black. Need more black? What are you talking about? All right. We've got to put the back panel on, and then we'll fire this bad boy up and see if it works. There is a little bit of a bulge there, Steven. I know you were mentioning that. But we can make that work. A little tight, but it's okay. we go. That looks like a gaming PC, right? Ugh. It's actually pretty heavy. Let's peel that. That. All right, let's clean this up a little bit here. I just got to put these screws away, all the extra hardware into a baggie, and then I'm ready to fire this bad boy up. And we'll get to see what Anthony's kiddo's computer is going to look like for the first time. Right? It's going to be an awesome PC, by the way. For a first PC, pretty badass. All right, all that cleaned up. Well, all we got to do is get this trash out of the way. All our twist ties. And then we'll get it standing up and fire it up. Don't worry, I'll switch the camera position so you can see it. All right. Valve is saying, don't sniff the Steam Deck. Yes, I saw that, Steve. I saw that. It was quite the heading to read. Don't sniff the Steam Deck. I think it has to do with the new OLED screen. Yeah, it's the Steam Deck that the newer one. And there's been people huffing or sniffing the exhaust port of the Steam Deck because I guess it smells good. And Steam can't say that it's bad for you, but at the same time, it's bad for you because of the chemicals coming off the thermal paste and things that are being exhausted. It's probably not healthy for you to continuously sniff directly. I need to buy a new battery for my laptop. Well, if you need help finding one, I can help you. You could probably find an aftermarket one for around $30 or $40 on eBay. It'll last 6 months to a year at least. Batteries on laptops go pretty quick. Hey, Davin, over on Facebook. Thanks for that like. Sorry, I missed it a while ago. All right, who's ready to see this thing fired up? Fire it up, fire it up. Here we go. Look at that airflow. Just blowing my canopy. Pretty. I know. Let's see if we actually get a post, though. That's the most important thing. Hasn't posted yet. It's DDR5, so the memory training usually takes a minute. But it turned out pretty badass looking. Oh yeah, there's our post. F1 to continue. Oh yeah, she looks real nice. Now there's an internal peel. I'm gonna peel this just so I don't forget. But it makes the glass look foggy with it on there. Just to give you an idea, the front glass and the side glass, so it gives you a really good view of the PC. Really badass looking. It's a badass PC. Awesome, looks so rad. Thank you, Anthony. Yeah, this one turned out pretty nice. Pretty nice. Pretty cool looking. You found one online at an online store from the Netherlands that is cheaper than HP Omen battery. Oh yeah, the aftermarket batteries, there's a lot of them for laptops, and you'll be able to save a bunch of money if you go with like an aftermarket. Just be careful, do a little bit of research, and make sure that the battery is going to be compatible, because some OEM builders like HP and Dell have put now in safeties that won't allow you to charge the battery because it's not an HP, for example, HP battery. So just be careful of that. Do some research and make sure that's not a problem. The battery is so bad that, yes, because laptop batteries have continuously charged even when they're bad, even though they're not charging and holding a charge, the electricity is still running through them. The cells like to expand. Once they expand, then they can actually explode. So it is important to make sure you take care of that if it's getting to the point where it's expanding. I've had people bring me laptops that have got, you know, with the expanded batteries. It had the keyboard bulged out. The whole laptop was separating because of the expansion of the battery. I mean, those are usually super old though, or a battery that had a serious problem. That looks fantastic. What CPU GPU is behind or being used? Steven, it's the, yes. Hey Vincent, Anthony, thank you for answering. You got it. The 12900K with the RX 7600. It's got 32 gigs of DDR5 RAM, and that's G.Skill Ripjaws at 6000 megahertz CL36, as well as a 2 terabyte M.2 NVMe Gen 4 SSD, which is a Samsung 980 Pro, and a 750 watt 80 plus gold power supply. And this is a Montech Sky 2 case. The cooler is a Lian Li Galahad 360 millimeter cooler. So it's got 360 millimeter radiator with 3 120 millimeter PWM addressable RGB fans. Beautiful. And the fans in the system are all 120 millimeter. The two side fans here are actually reversed blades, and same with the bottom. So those are intake, but the reversed blades. Absolutely, I love it. Nice. Good. I'm happy that you like this build, because if you weren't happy with it, I'd be sad. Awesome. Let's see. I looked up the battery health on it. It reported 9 out of 52.5 kilowatt. Yeah, that's probably time. Mine is a lot like this. You have the 12900 KS and the RTX 4060. Yep, it's a very similar build. KS has a little bit more horsepower on it. I think it could draw more power. And then the RTX 4060, I think, is about equivalent to the 7600. The 4060 may be a little bit better with ray tracing. But they're in pretty much the same bracket of performance. Turned out absolutely beautiful. All right. So who's ready for the next build? Because we're going to be building till I drop, which I have no idea when that's going to be. I will have to probably take a break after this next build. Cool, Steven. Do you love it? The battery from the Netherlands was 70 watt, 70 WH. With the laptop can use 52.5 or 70. That's nice, so you can get a little bit more, a couple more hours probably, at least on the laptop. Man, it really looks great. Great job, Ben. Thank you. Thank you very much. Can't wait to see the reaction when he opens it, plugs it in, and gets gaming on it. Because that's where it all counts. But thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Alright, so we'll get on to, move on to Steve's build. This is actually for Steve's dad, who is, who ordered a PC through us. And he's been running on actually an old Dell Alienware laptop, mostly playing World of Warcraft, and he finally after playing on the PC that he currently has, which I think is well over 10 years old now, or at least in that range, is ready to do the upgrade. And I'm just excited to do this because I've pretty much built every PC for Steve's family now at this point. Not Steve Anderson, just to make some clarity here. Another Steve that's on the stream somewhere. I think he was on Facebook, watching from Facebook. But I've pretty much built every PC in his family, I feel like, now. So, this is a special one, too. Awesome. On the next one, Ben, hurry up. Right? $91 with free shipping? That's not bad. That's not a bad price for the battery. I think that's a good deal. Especially if you're getting, more battery. Just make sure you're not going to have any OEM problems. Let's save and exit, and then we'll shut this down. Just waiting for a good point to shut it off so it's not in the middle of doing any memory training or anything like that. Here we go. And a 3, a 2, a 1. Maybe? Had to save the BIOS, now it's finishing the restart. You bet! Okay, back to call. Good luck, Steve. Thanks for joining, Anthony. I'll let you know when this one's ready for pickup. We still got to do the Windows side of things and battle-tested stuff. Anthony, I saved the boxes as well. I think I remember you mentioning you asked me to save those, so I did save them. Just so you know. There you go. Here's the start off to the new build. The next build, we've got an i9 14900K. Whoa, boy! brand called 2Power, and one of the largest ranges and stock holdings of compatible laptop batteries in Europe. Oh, nice. I've actually never heard of them. Might be because that's Europe and I'm in the US. Well, that's cool. So I guess if you have any issues, I'm sure they have like a warranty or something, right? Okay. Steve, let me message you just to make sure you know. This is looking good already. Love the hardware. Thanks. All right, so I just messaged him, gave him a heads up that we're starting his build, or his dad's build. This is for Steve's dad. But here we go. This is an Intel i9 14900K. It's got 24 cores, 32 threads, and a maximum boost of 6 gigahertz out of the box. And we're going to be using, again, the Thermalright LGA 1700 contact frame. We'll be using thermal paste, which is specifically going to be the Cryonaut Extreme. The Extreme is a little bit longer lasting. As we know, or as I was just talking about it, his dad used the PC for quite a while, so I want to make sure we get as much life as we can without any maintenance, just so it doesn't have to move too many times. So that paste will last a long time. This cooler, it is a little bit more expensive to go with paste like that. I think that tube right there alone is like $20, just to give you an example. This cooler is going to be cooling the CPU, which is the Arctic Liquid Freezer 2. This is the addressable RGB version, so there's RGB fans. That's only the difference. Other than that, it's the same performance as the standard Liquid Freezer 2, and this has a 360 millimeter AIO with the beautiful design tubing, I guess, mesh on the tube, which I think is really cool looking. Adds a nice touch. There's also a fan on the block, which is on the CPU. You're in Europe. If I buy an item from another country in Europe, the warranty is the same in all countries in EU. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if there's any differences over there. Just curious to know, honestly. Anyway, the CPU we're going to be plugging into the MSI Mag Z790 Tomahawk Wi-Fi motherboard. So this has Wi-Fi Bluetooth built into it, which is nice. It's pretty much expected out of any PC in 2023 now. Almost anybody that comes in and is looking for a PC, you're almost... Anyway, it's got a lot of different features on it. Has multiple ports for additional storage, so later if he wants to add more storage, he can easily do so. The RAM, we're going to be running a total of 32 gigs of DDR5 6000 megahertz CL36. I did want to try to get this to a lower CL, but this was a bundle from Micro Center once again, so that RAM is what's included, and we saved a ton of money. I mean, a ton of money going with this bundle versus buying it separately. So this will get them started, and if we want more performance, we can always upgrade the RAM. But the CL36 is a great start for especially what he's using. I don't think he's going to notice the difference for what he's going to be playing with already all this hardware that he's got that's awesome and amazing. I don't think he'll notice a difference in CL36 or CL30, for example. We're going to be powering this entire PC with a Thermaltake Tough Power GF A3. A3 just stands for the ATX 3.0 ready, as well as PCIe 5.0 ready, Gen 5. So it's the PCIe 5.0 16-pin connector that I always talk about. We want that available on the power supply, but it's 1,000 watts. We went with 1,000. It is over the necessary power for this system, but makes it so that he can upgrade to a bigger power supply, or I'm sorry, bigger graphics card, for example, later down the road. So there's room on the power supply without having to swap it out. And then we're going to be cooling the case with the Arctic P12s, which are PWM addressable RGB fans. And really, we went with these to kind of match the cooler that we already have in there. So it's all Arctic for the cooling. And the case that we're going to be building in is a Lian Li 011 Dynamic Evo, which is a dual chamber case featuring front glass panel and side glass panel, along with side intake and bottom intake, top exhaust and rear exhaust. So overall, absolutely beautiful PC this is going to be when it's done. We have, and I don't know if I talked on the storage or not, but it's a 2 terabyte 980 Pro Samsung SSD, which is Gen 4. Whew. I do want to upgrade my GPU, think 4070 or 7800 XT. I don't want to change my power supply. It's 700 watt EVGA gold rated. Nice. Yeah, the 4070, I think the 700 watt would be fine with the 4070 or the 7800 XT. As long as it has the necessity PCIe connections. For the 4070, I think only needs one. The 7800 XT, I think, needs two. So as long as it meets that, then it should be fine. It's 1 year warranty, but it should actually be 2 years. Oh, it says 1 year. I'd maybe just double check with them and ask them just to get confirmation. But batteries generally only last 1 year, so most manufacturers do only warranty batteries for 1 year. That's actually pretty normal. All right, so without further ado, let's go ahead and get started. Move some of this out of the way since we're not going to be using it. But we do need this. Has two PCIe, no problem. Okay, good. Yeah, I think the 7800 XT requires two. 4070, most of them only require one. Here's our Intel i9 14900K. Going in. And our Thermalright LGA 1700 contact frame going in over the CPU. Going to help it from doing any buckling and keep it as flat as possible for better contact to the CPU cooler. Sorry about that. I just kept getting notifications on my phone that were making it sound like there was a problem. When there's a lot of notifications, that usually means there's a problem. And it's not, it's just my camera's going off. There you go. CPU, RAM, SSD, along with the contact frame are all installed on the motherboard. Link for Hunter over on Twitch. It is a British company. I think they have a year in England. I don't know. Although I guess it just forgot to put 2 years on it. Yeah, if they're a busy, smaller organization, meaning they have a smaller crew, or if it's family owned, it's very possibility. Very possible. It's a very possible possibility. English, difficult. To be honest, I am leaning towards the RTX 4070 for the ray tracing and DLSS reasons. Yes, you do gain DLSS 3.0, although AMD does have their own version of it, which I think works pretty great. I've seen it in action a couple of different times, and I thought it worked great, and I think either one are pretty equal. Except for the 4070 probably has a little bit more horsepower for ray tracing, but I think the 7800 XT raw power will beat the performance of the 4070, in my opinion. I never have problems with NVIDIA drivers. Yeah, I've never really had any problems with AMD drivers. Out of all the AMD builds that I've ever built, and there's a lot of them, definitely more dominant towards NVIDIA, but there's a lot of AMD builds that I've also done. So, personally, I've never had any issues with drivers, except for on the new releases, and I think we're past that new release time. Alright, so let's go ahead and get the mounting hardware for the cooler out of the cooler package. And then we will get the case out, get the motherboard in the case, and start mounting fans and coolers and things. Let's go ahead and get this out of the box. Alright, Arctic. One of the only complaints I have putting this together is it's just not labeled. I don't know which is which. And I have to always go back and look at the damn videos every time. Excuse my French. My only complaint. I know that this bracket is obviously for Intel and 1700. And I also know that these go in here. But it's the studs that come afterwards. Those are the things that I don't know about. They all look the same. I think it's the shorter ones, if I'm not mistaken. For LGA 1700. They also don't supply a booklet. You have to go online. I think something short and sweet about which adapters or which parts are for what socket, to identify that immediately without having to go online, would be nice to print off and throw in the box. Unless it's in here and I just don't know where it is, so I didn't see it. I built with enough of these, I should know this already though. Come on. Come on, man. Work with me. This thing won't go in. Just straight up refuses to fit. Man. Finally. There we go. We had to add all of these little silver things to the bracket. So now it's ready to go on the back. Of course, not going to stay put. Now this is what I'm talking about. There's now these. I don't know if it's the taller ones or the shorter ones, but I'm going to double check. To be honest, I'm leaning towards, oh, your opinion matters to me. I will think about what you said. Yeah, I think if you look up the performance differences between a 4070 and a 7800 XT, I think the 7800 XT is going to win. If you match them up. Just the raw horsepower difference. Does look like the shorter ones for sure. Just wanted to make sure. And the 7800 XT is less money, so more bang for the buck, definitely. Yeah, it's definitely worth, I think. It stretches your dollar further. What a beast. Some giant idiot. Yeah, this thing's a beast. 14900K, 32 gigs of DDR5, and then an RTX 4070 Ti in here. Then we've got a 2 terabyte M.2 Gen 4 by Samsung. It's a 980 Pro, 1000 watt power supply. And then we went with an Arctic liquid freezer for the cooler. I 100% agree with you. It's a beast. All right, the rest of this hardware will be when we install the cooler. So we're ready to get the case out and mount this motherboard in the case. Gonna be a Lian Li 011 Dynamic Evo. Brightness. Ah, Zappy. Oh no, a storm coming to my land and has been named Pia Country. Is it like a bad storm? Two screws to remove the two glass panels, one screw per panel. And I'm going to remove both while I'm building in it. Well, I hope you stay safe. And the rear panel, or the back panel, there is no screw holding that in. Just pull it away from the case. And we are ready to drop this in there gently. We need our mounting hardware, which is included in the hardware kit that comes with this case, because you can actually build this PC in different orientations inside the case. You get a really fancy hardware kit. Warns of dangerous weather as strong winds can cause increased water levels in several places. Yeah, I can imagine. What area of Europe are you in? I like to think of myself as pretty knowledgeable when it comes to geolocations. Thanks for saving the boxes, Ben. Just finished watching from the beginning. Yeah, no problem. Now catching the end. Awesome. No problem. Happy to do so. You're in Denmark? Oh, nice. Yeah, I mean, most of, there's a lot of water surrounding you guys, so I can believe that. Kind of like a northern Florida situation. A storm with a girl's name is more stronger than a male name. A bit funny. Yeah. Storms with girl names, people take that serious. Storms with boys' names, they're like, nah, whatever. They named the storm after a woman. You know it's serious. Alright, we got the motherboard installed. Looks like 40 plus. Wow. Was that 40 plus meters a second? 40 plus ms. What is the ms? Something a second, I assume. Is that meters? Because that's European. Metric. That's a lot of water. If that's what it is. That is a lot of water. Alright. So now that we have that motherboard installed, we can start working on the fans. What I'm going to do is get this dust filter off, and then we'll start working on the bottom fans. We have a total of 7 fans to install today. Meter per second, so I was right the first time. Nice. That's a lot of water. Honestly, a lot of water. So these are the Arctic P12s that we're going to be installing. They're addressable RGB, they're PWM. Super cool looking. And the bottom are going to be intake. We need to make sure we route the cables with such a thing. The only thing I didn't think about for this build is the PWM hub, or an addressable RGB hub. I believe I have some here in stock. I forgot. This case actually has a nifty little comes out. Yeah, I think we go this way. Keep changing my mind. Try to center it up so it's symmetrical. Ooh, Arctic P12 addressable RGB. 7 with or without the radiator? Without. That'd be 7 without the radiator. So with the radiator, we have 7 plus 3. Would be 9. 9 fans. Or 10 fans. Sorry. What the hell is wrong with me? I can't even do simple math. So it'd be 10 fans total with the 3, 3, 1, and 3. 10 fans total in the system. emphasize on cooling. You gotta be kidding me. Why did you guys tell me I was doing it the wrong freaking way? I'm an idiot. Fans are facing the wrong way. They're as intake, not exhaust. Here we go. No push-pull for that. We could. I could definitely throw 3 more fans on there and add push-pull. It's actually a little bit funny, too, because my dad's wife's name is Pia. Oh, gosh. PA. Is it PA? I feel like that's probably how it would be pronounced. PA? Or is it Pia? All the fans, only fans. Oh, gosh, come on. We thought it was opposite day? That's what I thought. I thought it was opposite. Let's make all the exhaust intake and all the intake exhaust. Been working with too many of those reversed fans. I don't even know which way is up anymore. Which way's up and which way's down? I don't know anymore. I'm just gonna go with it, you know? I'm an idiot. Now my wrist is gonna hurt today. We're off to a great start. I feel like I do this every time I build in this case. I get this somehow mixed up, and I don't know why. There we go. That's the right way. Oh, we're not going for the upside down build? No, not today. No upside down build. Wait. Denmark has actually just signed a new agreement with the U.S. military. Now, the time to get a green card with them. There you go. Come into the U.S. Come hang out with me. If you get to the U.S. anytime, just hit me up. Let me know. And we'll go have a beer. If you're old enough to drink. Legal age in the United States to drink at a bar or to buy any type of alcohol is 21. I think there's actually... Well, oh, and are we not top mounting the AIO? Yes, we are top mounting the AIO. The AIO will be top. We are mounting the AIO on the top. And we could do push-pull. I've got fans to do it. That is an option. There we go, that's better. Much better. Fans are facing the right way. Kind of important. Now we just need to route all these cables to their respected locations. I probably should have done the front panel stuff too before I put these in, but oh well. Scatterbrain. Here we go. One more to do. And do the side fans since we already got these done. Here we are. I think one zip tie is going to be good for this though. I'm almost out of zip. Well, take that back. I've got a huge bag over there. But I will say, these are probably more satisfying zip ties. They zip very nicely. All the cool kids drink at 13. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, I thought that was for the top. No, this is for the bottom. These are bottom intake fans, and then we're gonna do side intake fans. It just, maybe this is probably a better perspective, right? They probably be very, very bored because their barracks are far away from Companion? What is that? Is that like a location? Copenhagen? It's got to be like a location. Don't know. Copenhagen. Which one is right? There's so many different ways that I think that could be pronounced. The capital of Denmark. I didn't know that. And here I thought I was good with geolocations. I thought I was good with geography, but maybe not. I feel like I'm more, know a little more about, I guess, more inland Europe. Probably Russia, Germany, Poland, France, England, Spain. What else? Italy. The basics, I guess. But when we start getting into fine details like that, I guess maybe I need a refresher. Did I pronounce it right at least, or did I murder it? I probably murdered it. So it's got to be pretty late for you if you're up watching me right now. So you got to be, what, almost 12 hours behind me, right? Or I guess it would actually be pretty early for you almost right now. Like super early in the morning. All right, these are also going to be intake. At 22:25. Oh, nice. It's 6 hours for us. Nice. Learn something every day. I thought it was more like 12. I guess that might be a little further. Like Asia. +12 would be Asia, yeah. That's what I thought. I know there's some significant time difference. That's all I know. It was like in the close to 10-hour range. I've got a couple of friends that are over in like Poland and Russia and Germany that I used to do a lot of Call of Duty gaming with. Call of Duty 1 and 2. They still keep in touch every now and then. But we always had that time difference. It was always interesting. I think it's a good experience, though, so you kind of get an idea of the world. Come on. Get in there. Recently, you picked up an Apple iPod Hi-Fi speaker for the iPod. Oh, nice. From a thrift store. Oh, that's a good find. We've got a bunch of thrift stores here too in the US. A lot of people like to go deal shopping and find something that's worth more than what it is at the thrift store and then resell it on eBay. That's actually how a lot of eBay stores were started. Garage sales, thrift stores, things like that. And that's actually, in a way, that's kind of how Empower Gaming Computers was started, was I'd shop around for used deals on parts and do PC part flipping, or not part flipping, but PC build flipping. So I'd find a really good price. Teamwork make the dream work. Thanks for the sub over there on YouTube, sir. Sorry I missed that right away. But I would start by finding good deals on parts and putting together used builds and flipping them that way, or finding, you know, used PCs that people are getting rid of and then flip them. That's kind of how I started, way back when. It was mostly, you know, somebody came to me and said, hey, I heard, you know, you built a PC for, you know, your cousin or your friend or whatever. And then I'd like to get one, and this is my budget. And then I'd get the most bang I could for the buck for them. And that's kind of how Empower Gaming Computers was started. And then that just kind of grew and grew and grew. Oh, notice of price changes from my TV and internet provider. Oh yeah, definitely going up. Yeah, I've definitely noticed that as well over here. Our electricity costs are going up, as well as our services such as internet. We really don't have TV anymore here. Everything's streamed, so internet is the TV. Okay, so now that we've got all of that done, I'm going to grab one quick zip tie here, just to keep this pile of wires from really getting too crazy messy. Keeping it semi-organized here. We'll have some sort of order. We'll have order in my build. There we go. Then we do need to take these apart and get the front panel connections plugged in. Before I really go any further, these need to get done. I've been kicking this can down the road a little too far. Alright, so USB-C and USB 3.0. These need to run up here. It's right about there. While HD audio needs to run down here, right? Except we want to try to run it through here first. And then through. And then the last one was our front panel power connectors. Sorry, the girls just got home. The price has increased with the TV packages, which I don't have, and nothing changed with the internet. Nice. It's a good win. Yeah, I feel like TV is just going to keep going up in price. The television. So that's our USB-C, and then our USB 3.0 here. We actually want to come in like so. Yeah. Nice. HD audio. Alright, so we have addressable RGB ports at the top, and then we have one down here at the bottom. Two of them down at the bottom. Two at the top, two at the bottom. I think I'm going to route this and this to a single, or to two, and then do the PWM fans here at the bottom as well with 2 and 3. We'll get that plugged in real quick before we go any further. We need to get those plugged in. Oh. Thank you. Sorry, I was just inspecting a glass etching that came back. Looks good. All right, back to it. No. Oh, yeah. I've seen the dog, yep. Yes, he loves that. What? Oh. Crap. I always stay with my 4060. You're going to stay with your 4060 and go with the 7800 XT. It's 3 times the power, and the 4070 is more than 2 times the power. So I'll stay with the 4060 and be happy, yeah. Always only good channels on the full package. Yes. That's how they set it up. They design it that way. So you buy the full package to get the good channels. Then there's like 8,000 dumb channels that you don't even use. I'm trying to set it up so that this is on its own RGB channel, this is on its own RGB channel, and both of these are also separate controlled or separate headers for fan speed, that if we wanted to adjust each of them, we can. We're going into the details of that as much as possible. We're going that in depth anyway. And then I'm just going to put this front RGB strip on this channel as well. There we go. Now we just got to deal with the bottom fans. Then we can move on to the cooler. What is it? That butthead. Yeah, I think it's a good call, Steve, on the GPU. All right, there we go. So many cables back there already. We've only got couple of fans plugged in. Are you going to look at the back of my neck for a moment? Come on. Why won't this go in? Oh. 410. Special. Well, that just means we'll do this instead. No big deal. Except for there are a ton of extra cables here now. Clean that up best we can there. The rest of that's just going to be tucked under the power supply anyway. It's not going to make a big difference, but last one we can do is maybe right there. Clean this up a little bit. There we go. Nice and clean. Okay, I think we can move on to getting this radiator installed. Actually, before we do that, if we are going to do push-pull, I do want to get the EPS cables in here on the top, as well as our CPU fan. But I think that's attached to the radiator. And then we want to get our rear fan installed as well, before we put that radiator in. Especially if we're going to do push-pull, which I'm totally down to do. Push-pull. I'm building. Building. Probably up in her room. What are you doing? That's a good answer. That's a motherboard. The screwdriver. I'm screwing the fan in. Installing the fan. So that this fan could be there. Spin. Mm-hmm.
Let's spin it.
Spinning.
Yeah.
Yeah, it stopped.
That's fine.
Sure. She has to try spinning the fan. A freeloader number 2. Yes, it's the young freeloader.
It's spinning.
Yeah.
It's spinning.
Yeah, just be careful. You got clean hands, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Good. Hard to do that one.
That's fun.
They'll all spin on their own. Come on. Alright, let me keep building. They'll spin when we get it plugged in. Alright. So we got this top fan plugged in, or at least installed. That's the most important piece before we put that radiator in. And then we will now do the EPS cables. EPS cables.
Huh?
Did she wash her hands before touching the fans? No, I just don't want sticky fingers in there.
Yes.
She's 2 years old, but she's very interested. Time to get that auto. Link for Hunter because it's 2024 in a week. Why in the hell watch a video about some guy who upgraded his automatic transmission when I only drive manual gear? Because it's 2024 in a week, yeah. Time to get that auto.
Huh?
Hold on.
It's a
Yeah,
big size.
that's the foot.
And wait,
It's a foot.
that's a foot.
It's a foot of a PC. All right, here's our 2 EPS cables that we need. I'm gonna go ahead and get these, pardon me, I gotta get through. Get these installed so that we can put that radiator in with push-pull and not have to deal with trying to get these in later. Mm-hmm.
Top,
Mm-hmm.
top.
I can't. I gotta build, honey. Okay. I'm gonna move this back because we're ready to do the radiator. This one.
This one?
Yep, this one's got more fans.
Oh,
Okay. Be careful. Gentle. Cool? Okay.
finish.
Cool? Okay.
Come
Alright. I gotta work on them now. Okay.
What's that?
That's a power supply.
What's that?
Alright. Look out. I need through. I need to get to the case. Robert, hey Ben, clearly you're using one in a build, but what are your thoughts on the Thermaltake power supplies next to other brands? I think they're just fine, as long as it's not. I really don't use the white series anymore. Really, my power supply requirements is bronze or better. So Thermaltake has a lineup that's 80 plus white, which is less than bronze, and I really don't use them anymore. I used to way back when, and I thought they were fine, but then I did have a couple of them come back. So bronze is like the entry point, and then anything above bronze. Thermaltake, I think the power supplies are pretty good. I don't think they're bad. All right, let's get some fan. I'm thinking about trading in for a Tesla. Tesla's pretty good. Some giant idiot over on Twitch. So these are thicker fans. The only concern that I'd have is that it'd be too thick. So we got to test that theory here real quick. That it's not going to be too thick. Right? And it's right on the cusp of being too thick. But I think it will fit. I think these fans are too thick. They're like 30 millimeter thickness versus the standard 25. Let me go find another set. These were Lian Li, super nice Lian Li 3000 RPM fans. All right. These are also Lian Li. Nice. That's been happening more and more recently on my PC. And then the next thing we need are radiator fan screws. Liquid Arctic Freezer 2 with stock fans at 65 millimeter thick, about 5 to 8 millimeter thicker than other brands of AO. I know they are. They are a little thicker, but the other fans that I just grabbed were even thicker. They were like 30. They're Lian Li PWM fans that come with the Performance Galahad 2, or the Galahad 2 Performance, Trinity Performance. We replaced those with RGB fans on another build, and then we just had them sitting around. So they're a little too thick. one doesn't have a CPU fan option. This will have to go to 6. Which sucks. Really wish. Might spray paint those. So I don't like that. Oh boy. Not be what it is. I've fit this in here before. It just does not like that EPS cable there. Right? It is almost there. You know, I really thought this wouldn't be a problem. It's rubbing up on the heat sink down there. Almost in. So close. What is it running into? See what it was stuck on. It's in, but it's not quite in. I don't like it. It's going to be a pain in the ass to get off. So hold on. I have an idea. I have an idea that'll fix this problem. So we're just rubbing up on this heatsink here. by MSI. There's just not enough clearance there. So we're going to slide everything forward rather than fighting it. It's not going to be perfectly symmetrical to the bottom fans, but feels like you need an extra pair of hands, like free. No, it's just, it's not fitting perfectly and it's tight, and I don't want to like break something as I'm pushing it in, right? So I'm going to move this forward, as far forward as it can go. Now we should have the clearance that we need to install this smoothly. Alright, so now everything lines up perfectly and slides into place just like you want it to. That's all I had to do. Slide it forward. Duh. Good to go. EPS cables pushing on it? No, it wasn't the EPS cables. I had them. Here, I'll show you. Lay it down. I had the EPS cables completely loose like this, so it wasn't a problem. So that's not the... Oh, gosh. Really? FML. There's a cable poking out here. Hold on. Where it ain't supposed to be. The phone's ringing now, too. All right. There we go. Oh my gosh. Hey, hee, my Twitch emotes show up on the stream too. Yes, on YouTube as well, they do. Because it goes to my Streamlabs, that's where it pulls it in from Twitch. And then Streamlabs is actually what's feeding back to YouTube. Hey Steve, thanks for the like. Hold on, guys. We just had a phone call. I gotta return this phone call really quick. So we're gonna take a quick 5-minute pause. But we got the cooler installed, which is awesome. Just gotta zip tie some of these cables that are sticking out, and then deal with pushing these EPS cables back in. And then we can mount the block. And then we've actually made some significant progress on the build. Pause. No problem. Fourth build looking good. Yeah, it's looking awesome. Coming along. I did do a modification to the build on the fly due to popular demand by the stream audience. So you could thank everybody that's here watching over on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, and Kick. But they demanded that the cooler be push-pull for you. So you got 3 free fans out of the deal. So we have a total of 6 fans on the cooler instead of the 3 that was originally quoted. So you could thank the community for pushing me to push-pull. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Give me 5. We're back. Now is a good time to grab some snacks. Yeah, it's a good time. The viewers number, the 14900K demanded it. No, the viewers know the 14900K demanded it. Thanks all. Steve said over on Facebook to everybody, thank you everybody for demanding the push-pull. It's okay, I probably would have done it anyway. This case is a really good case to do that in, and this is a really good cooler to work with push-pull. Alright, now we just gotta get these cables back in here and tamed, right? Right, good. Oh. Nice. All right. Sorry about that. People are asking questions. Can't help it. All right, so there we go. We've got the radiator installed. Now what do we do next is put the block on the CPU, right? And move on to, I don't know, the graphics card or the power supply. Some giant idiot, I almost called you some old idiot, sorry. Will you show us the beast in action? Cinebench R23. If we do that, I can, yes. I can do that, but we would have to sit through the process of installing Windows, installing the drivers, doing the BIOS update, doing the XMP profile, fan curve, drivers, I think I already mentioned, Windows updates. Everything has to be up to date before I run Cinebench. Or I could do all that and then post a video later on Twitter or Facebook just to show you. Whichever option you want, I'll do it for you. You the boss. Damn, I have taken picture of a store in 2018 from Google Map and 1.6 million people have seen the picture. Nice. That's a lot. Now, only if you could get, like, payment. You know? Like 1 cent per million people. Or 1 cent per person for a million people. Reddit. The pink goo. And that was Thermal Grizzly Extreme, Cryonaut Extreme. It's extreme stuff, which is why it's pink. Pink makes you think it's extreme, right? What you think of when you see pink? Only they sent me a can, a scent perfume. If only, yeah. If only. You'd be in the United States drinking a beer with me right now if you did. If they did. This is a tight squeeze for my finger. There we go. There we go. CPU blocked and plugged in. I think it's starting to look like a gaming PC. What do you guys think? Coming together. That's for damn sure. Come on. Would be $17,461. That's a pretty good chunk of change. That'd be a pretty nice chunk of change. All right, so we finally got to the point where we could probably plug the graphics card in. And then we'll get the power supply in. Finish up the final cable management, although I've been doing cable management basically on the way as we go. Is this a 3-slot card? So cable management, there's not going to be much that I have to do on the back. I've been pretty much doing it as we go because this build has so many cables. I hate like just piling them in the back and then having to deal with them all at the end. I like to get to the point where I'm just doing it as I go, one piece at a time, and it makes it for a cleaner look. But alright, the time we've been waiting for, probably the most fun part of the build is putting the graphics card into the build. And it's time! It's the Gaming X Slim by MSI, the GeForce RTX 4070 Ti. Can't wait till those cable-less magnet fans get super cheap. Yeah, right. You guys won't need me anymore. Nervously coughing. Alright. So, let's figure out how to open this thing. Guess we're opening from the tops now. Would have been standard anyway. So a nice GPU bracket that we'll probably utilize. It's either that or Lian Li does offer a bracket for this one as well. This case comes with a vertical bracket, but I'm not the biggest fan of it. Only because the stud gets real close to the fan. Not going to use that piece of crap. And there we go, GPU. Here's our RTX 4070 Ti by MSI. It's the Gaming X Slim. It is a 2-slot card. Requires the 16-pin power connection, which we're going to be running directly from the power supply to the graphics card. Which is what I always talk about and recommend. Card is slotted very nicely. Actually, are we going to use that bracket? Let's get the bracket installed too. Also, let's get this installed. Hey, it's retro PC gamer time. Or retro gamer time. There's our GPU bracket, nicely placed, and that'll hold the weight of that card very nicely for its life, keeping it from sagging and cracking any of the board. Santa songs when? I don't know. Dan is life. Hey, what's up? Ask some questions? Always. Questions are always welcome here. And welcome to the build stream. The Tuesday, oh, sorry, the volume went up. The Tuesday build show. Today's still Tuesday, right? Hit me. I know, you get a useless badge. Or it's thermal right. What was the question, some giant idiot? Or is it thermal right? I don't remember. I didn't see that. And the chat's already scrolled. Leon Lee trying so hard to stop others like Thermal Cool. Thermal right, yeah, from making them. Can't wait. Yeah, I know, everybody's trying to stop those cables. Sorry, missed that question or that statement. I try sometimes, okay? I get, you know, sometimes I get frazzled. But Dan is life or D4N is life. I don't know if that's if it's Dan or D4N. D4N is life? I don't know. Let me know what your questions are. Happy to help. Ooh, nice. All right, so we've got 24 pins, the two 8-pin EPSs, and the 12-pin / 16-pin, sorry, connection for the GPU. I'm going to reroute here to make it not bundle up these cables. There we go. And then one SATA connection for the power supply. Them are our requirements, and this is our 1050 watt. Not sure why Thermaltake decided, hey, we're going to throw 50 more watts on here, but that was their decision. Always make sure you peel those off of things, because if it gets sucked into the fan, it's going to make a weird ticking noise that's going to drive you absolutely insane, and it won't go away, trust me. I'll wait until the power supply is in place to plug the 16-pin in, because it's going to require a weird bend, and we don't want to do that weird bend. Alright, so now we just need one SATA cable. Is there a short one? The rest of these are probably just going to go in the box. Saved for a rainy day. Peripheral SATA. Go to the bottom one, so that one's filled out. Drop the power supply in. And we'll mount with the screws, which are here. I'm liking that case, so it might be time. Well, I'm planning on building a PC in like half a year. I need for playing video games and video editing and streaming, but I have no idea what specs I need for such a build. Do I need any RGB or stuff? You do not need RGB, no. But RGB is mostly included on almost everything nowadays. So sometimes, or in some cases, you're actually paying more to not have RGB now than you are to just have RGB. So yeah, because I went pro on a laptop. 13100F plus RTX 4090. Are you sure about that? The 13100? RTX 4090? That doesn't seem like it would add up. Oh, thank you. But my budget is around 2 to 3K, so your budget, and it also, if you're like, the 13100F is not going to be the CPU to pair with an RTX 4090. Let's just get that straight. The GPU should be 85% of the entire PC cost. No, I disagree with that. Especially if he's doing video editing, he wants a pretty powerful CPU. I'd go, so if your budget's around 2K to 3,000, I would go probably in the i7 14700K slash i9 13 or 14900K, either one of those processors. So I'd go heavy on the CPU, and then you could probably do a 4070 Ti or maybe an Intel, or I'm sorry, an NVIDIA RTX 4080, because around 6 months from now, the prices on parts are going to be way cheaper. So you could probably do something like that pair. And then if you're doing video editing, you're going to want a lot of memory. So 32 gigs would be pretty much your bare minimum. Yeah, heavy CPU and 4070 Ti, got it. Yes, 4070 Ti will be great for 1440p and 4K gaming. It'll give you a nice experience. If you want 4K gaming with higher performance, then you want to go 4080 or 4090. No, I know. I know you're joking. I just want to make sure he knows you're joking. But so yeah, I would go heavier on the CPU for the video editing and for your photo editing, stuff like that. Go heavy on the CPU. Go 32 minimum RAM, and I would go DDR5. And with Intel, make sure it's an Intel XMP kit for DDR5. Well, I was planning on the 4070 Ti actually, but I had no idea about the motherboard and the rest. So if you're going 14th or 13th gen, go with a Z790. That'll give you the best expandability, the Z790. You could go with a lower board, but honestly, if you're going with that high end of a CPU, you want the nicer VRMs, which are going to be on the Z790. What's an XMP kit? XMP is a technology on the motherboard that will overclock the RAM for you to its rated speed. So let's say you buy a kit of RAM that's DDR5, it's 32 gigs DDR5, and it's rated for 6,000 megahertz or mega transfers a second. 6,000 isn't going to automatically happen. You actually have to go in and either manually overclock the RAM or use what we call XMP profile, which will automatically overclock the RAM to its 6,000 megahertz, which is the rated speed for that RAM. But it will post without doing that setting the XMP, which is just the flip of a button in the BIOS. It doesn't take much to do it, but it's a way of simplifying overclocking the RAM to get to those speeds. It's a very simple way of doing it. They designed it that way so that you could do it without having years of knowledge. But that's what XMP is. But yeah, I would go kind of like what some giant idiot is saying. DDR5, 6,000 megahertz or mega transfers a second. CL30. CL is the standing for the timing on the RAM. The lower the timing, the better. So CL30. And with Intel, CL30 is really good. That's a very good number. If you go CL36, not the greatest, but it's going to do a really good job still. But if you get into like CL40, then it's bad. Very bad. So CL36 is like middle of the road / good. And then once you get once you get to like CL30, that's really good. Just to give you an idea for the timing, the CL, the CAS latency. Just Google that. Yes. I mean, when you're ready, if you want to follow the channel, just whenever you're ready, shoot me a message, and I can help you with a PC part pickers list. Hey, thanks for the follow over on the Twitter or Twitch. Sorry, I always do that. Yeah, already thanks for the help. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, make sure you just shoot over a list of parts and I'll go through it and help, make some recommendations. I'm like that ZTT dude, but I don't charge you for it. Sorry, man. Sorry, Zach. Love what you do, Zach, but not gonna comment on it. Maybe I should start charging for it. Now Dan is like, he's like, please don't start charging for it. No, I'm just kidding. I don't think I could see myself charging for that stuff. Doing that for people. All right, we're down to the last connection. And see how quick cable management was? It's because I did it as we went. So much faster. What do you guys think? Clean cable management or what? But as clean as it's possible. Yeah. What do you think of that? Ew, cabling, rat nest for life. Oh, come on, you can't diss the cable management, the efforts that go into this. You can't diss it. Look at how clean it looks. I mean, you just can't beat that. You could start a Patreon and every member there gets free help. Hey, that's not a bad idea. I don't know if people charge for newbie build consults. Yeah, there are actually people that charge money for that. Believe it or not. People I do see people in the OCing crowd charge for OCing advices. Yeah, people do charge for that as well. Could start a Patreon. Yeah, I think that's actually a really good idea. It's not a bad idea. Patrons or subscribers. I don't know. I need to survive this week first with the like 20 plus builds that we have to do before Christmas, and then we'll think about Patreons. But that is a very good idea. I like that idea. The only reason why I like it is because I know I'm giving my time, which is getting harder and harder to have, to somebody who is part of the community. You know, somebody who is part of the community. So I'm giving my time to people of the community. Not that I don't want to give my time to anybody else. It's just, as I grow, the more and more busy I get. The harder it gets for me to do stuff, like sit down and have a 1-hour consultant session on PC stuff. It gets more and more difficult. Alright, so I'm going to clean up this real quick. And then we'll get over to firing this bad boy up. And we can see what this thing looks like, finally. Right? Glass. Hey, Steve, are you still hanging around? Who's ready to see this thing fired up? It's heavy. It's got some weight to it. I'm not going to put the glass on at least. Maybe the front. I'll put the front panel on. Wow, this peel was a pain in the ass. Peel left a residue. Never seen a peel do that before. I've never seen a peel leave residue like that before. Out with Windex. That's kind of weird. I'm supposed to like wet this down to peel it. Let's see. Still here. Awesome. We're almost ready to fire this up. Oh, yeah. Do you think SM7B is worth it? Because I'd have like 200 coupon on it. So it would be like 160 for me. Or should I go another mic? Ah, both of those are good. Oh, ad. Sorry. Sorry about the ad. There we go. Ow. That was a bad zap. We are ready to fire this thing up. Let's plug it in. It's time. All right, let's switch it over. Everybody ready? Is everybody ready to see this thing? For the first time ever. All right, Steve, you tell me when you want me to push that button. Send it. Push it. That's a new sound. Looks like we might have a disconnect on the chain somewhere with the RGB. Not impressed with the fans. Don't worry, the rebooting is because it's training the RAM. What I'm doing is searching for what got disconnected on the chain here. RGB. Did we get disconnected? Found it. But during my cable management, I managed to unplug something here. Quite difficult to get that plug back in. Hey, let's go. There's the lights. I accidentally is the problem with 10 RGB fans done over the cable? No, I found out where it was. I mean, we saw that one was on and the rest were off. And that tells me that the chain is disconnected on the second one. During my cable management, I just pulled one of the connections apart while I tightened everything up. Looking awesome? Yeah, it's not looking bad. Looking pretty good. We are having some rubbing on the fans, which sucks. When I say rubbing, is one of the fans is rubbing on the metal on the back. So I just got to figure out why that's happening. I can hear it ticking. One of these fans are doing it here. So we need some sort of spacer on the fan because it's rubbing up on the metal, which is kind of weird. You also undervolt so the CPU does not get hot. No, we don't undervolt for any PC that we're sending out. That is a service actually we charge for us to go through undervolt and or overclock. Because that requires a lot of time to go back and forth to get it right. But if you do want your PC tuned, is what we call it, we will do that for whatever specific need that you're asking us to tune it for. That's a lot of fans, yeah. It's gonna stay nice and cool. I don't think it'll overheat ever. We're posted. Right now the CPU core temperature is 29 Celsius in the BIOS. It's pretty good for a 14900K. Love the case. Going to need an upgrade in the spring. Yeah, this is the O11 Dynamic Evo, and there's actually an even better case out now. Of course, it wasn't really released and available until right about now. That is even cooler than this one. There's a couple of them out there actually that are really, really awesome. They're actually more expensive than this case too, which sucks, but you love the case. Going to need an upgrade. Yeah, we already read that. Duh, Ben. Offset 1.5 volt, turn a 4900K into a 14100. Yeah. Yeah, let's not do that. It's actually in some applications when you're undervolting, at least this was in the 13900K. I don't know for sure on the 14900K if it's still the same thing. But when you're undervolting the 13900K, we actually were getting better FPS and better results in applications than when we ran it at stock or higher. So undervolting was actually better. 'Cause in a way, if you think about it, if you're undervolting, you're creating less heat because you're using less power, which allows you to run faster, right? I don't remember off the top of my head. The person to ask that question, some giant idiot, is going to be Chamber Tech. He's the one that was actually doing it. I was just working with him. Chamber Tech would know the answer to that question. My PC is also running 28 to 31C using Core Temp. Nice. I'm already on minus 0.5. Nice. Offset, that's good. Yeah, we usually try to use the offset when we tune. That is actually one of the main things we do. I remember the offset wasn't like crazy, so it wasn't like a super substantial amount, but I gotta figure out why these fans are doing that. It's kind of crap for the price you pay for these fans. And no, it wasn't because somebody was pushing the fan blades. That would not cause it. I think the standoff is just not tall enough, and for some reason the fan is rubbing past the plastic frame. I've got a couple of ideas to solve that. Still have one more tonight. Steve, I'm probably going to call it a night tonight, but we're going to be coming back on tomorrow. And we've got, we're probably going to do about 4 builds tomorrow for the lineup. So we've got, these were the 2 primary builds that I wanted to get done today. And I do have to get these on the bench to get them across the finish line so that they're ready for pickup. Dan is live. I was talking to Steve over here on Facebook. We're multi-streaming to Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, as well as Kick and Twitter. So we stream to all those platforms all at the same time. Chats come in. I try to read everybody's chats so everybody can continue the conversation between platforms. Okay, enjoy the evening. Yeah, I've got to get this PC and the other PC done, and then we're gonna start doing probably 4 at a time. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then Saturday we have whatever shows up. So it'll probably be a late stream Saturday, or early, depending on what we have left. But we're probably gonna do 4 to 5 the next 3 days. Another one for the books. Good nights, friends. Yes, thank you, some giant idiot. Thank you for hanging out with us. And Dan is live. Thank you for jumping in and hanging out. Busy, busy, busy. Congratulations, you're killing it. Let me know when it is ready for pickup. Yes, Steve, I will let you know exactly when this is ready. I'm sure your dad's excited. Finally, to get it done. Get it? Because I know this came in, what was it? When was it? It was right at the end of November, so... Ugh, I'm sorry. It actually took forever for the video card to come in. Because right when we were ordering this, all the video cards decided just, hey, we're going to go out of stock. So I had to wait on the 4070. I was on a back order for that. Sure, thanks again for the recommendations. No problem. Very. Get some rest. I'll be fine. I probably will be going till about 2 o'clock in the morning tonight. Just getting all this stuff done, and I've actually got more orders that just came in while we were streaming, so I've got to order those parts. And process those invoices. So, there ain't no rest for the wicked. Money don't grow on trees. I got bills to pay. I got mouths to feed. There ain't, money don't... Oh, wait, what was the song? Anyway, forget it. Have a good night, guys. I'm going to start streaming probably tomorrow in the afternoon, 2 or 3 p.m. Thanks again, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. Join us again on the madness. I am going to drop, so this was built till you drop, and I'm dropping. My feet are sore. Trying to find the end scene. There it is. All right, have a good night, guys. Thanks again.